icyo mularira kunse byonse cyinshi icyo muno munganda tamwaba cyinshi bashimagi epa ya mipusheko bashimagi icyo mularira kunse byonse cyinshi icyo muno munganda tamwaba cyinshi bashimagi ngabufya shimulepa ya ndamifyarira nego ngafya kulya nshikelo kwipika bashimagi ngakusha panda michapira tamwenda nefiko tata njito ya panganda jabomba yonse tata ndebeni bashimagi gachuko mangu pile nani bumalonda njishibe ndemisungile nganda pye ndebeni Bashimagindi na mashiwi panono Bashimagindi na mashiwi panono Yashilya panganda ikale niko panshi epa ya mipusheko Bashimagi icyo mularira kunse byonse cyinshi icyo muno munganda tamwaba cyinshi bashimagi epa ya mipusheko Bashimagi icyo mularira kunse byonse cyinshi icyo muno munganda tamwaba cyinshi bashimagi ngabufya shimulepa ndamifyarira nebo ngafya kulya nshikelo kwipika bashimagi ngakucha panda michapira tamwenda nefiko tata njito ya panganda ndabomba yonse tata ndebeni bashimagi ngachuko mangu pile nani bumalonda njishibe demisungile nganda pye ndebeni Ebeni cyo mularira kunse balume bandi Bashimagilelo ye cyo mularira kunse balume bandi Bashimilengela nebo Ebeni kujira kulanchusha balume bandi Yeshi mufaya kanshi yo tamaba munonga ndanje bengi Bashimagilelo ye Ebeni cyo mularira kunse balume bandi Bashimilengela nebo Ebeni kujira kulanchusha balume bandi Yeshi mufaya kanshi yo tamaba munonga ndanje bengi Bashimwana jebeni tata Jebeni chomulalila kuse Kofyala inenda mifyalila tata Jebeni chomulalila kuse Kuwasha inenda mifyapila nebo Jebeni chomulalila kuse Obashimwama Obashimwana Jebeni chomulalila kuse Jebeni tata,
jebeni chomulalira kuse,
Jebeni tata, jebeni shua,
jebeni chomulalira kuse,
Itoya panganda ndabomba tata,
jebeni chomulalira kuse,
jebeni tata, chomulalira kuse,
jebeni chomulalira kuse. Bashitandanje bendikonji shibe chishika kushe mwalingu kwa bonse pamona bamunoko nabasungano kubepikila pano palanda lero tabampelo mutishina ngula panono umangaisa kumanda wa ukwa anje bati kabishako ameshi utwale kubapa nje samba uminaonga isa ukushiku kakati wamfati mulambubuka unaida kabwali Bashitandanje bendikonji shibe chishika kushe mwalingu kwa bose pamona bamunoko nabasungano kubepikila pano palanda lero tabampelo mutishina ngula panono umangaisa kumanda wa ukwa anje bati kabishako akeshi utwale kubapa nje samba umbinaonga isa ukushiku pakati wamfati mulamubuka unaida kabwali Nagonifisa katemba chupo kaino mwebalume bandi bamunoko ngabaisa kano bakonkole bali nagonifisa katemba chupo kaino mwebalume bandi bamunoko ngabaisa kano bakonkole bali kabiri byose bakwaya bye ukula nguma pamusana balakwayo kukupyana mulume wandi taulakwa kabiri byose bakwaya bye ukula nguma pamusana balakwayo kukupyana mulume wandi taulakwa Sichanda kankwele munoni mutauni tamabo kutila ni balukwa lwandika baleja Sichanda kankwele munoni mutauni tamabo kutila ni balukwa lwandika baleja
Sichanda kankwele munoni mutauni tamabo kutila ni balukwa lwandika baleja
Sichanda kankwele munoni mutauni tamabo kutila ni balukwa lwandika baleja
twali mugolwakwa kyonse nchale bamona twakwate ebyuma eryo bonse balakula matira
Sichanda kankwele munoni mutauni tamabo kutila ni balukwa lwandika baleja
Inchito balabomba basate pe balakola lelo nchila timone bashitana nguka mukubo kabunga
Sichanda kankwele munoni mutauni tamabo kutila ni balukwa lwandika baleja
Inchito balabomba basate pe balakola lelo nchila timone bashitana nguka mukubo kabunga
Sichanda kankwele munoni mutauni tamabo kutila ni balukwa lwandika baleja
We had a piece from our drama group just to set the ball rolling, and also we're expecting the permanent secretary and his report to be in anytime soon, so that then we can start together. I know time is getting behind us, So we need to see how we kind of set up ourselves so that we can catch up. Once again, I would like to sincerely welcome you to this fair, which is basically for the young people, the youth, coming from the different parts of this province, Eastern Province, who are doing different initiatives, like I mentioned before, coming to display their skills, their ideas, and also a way of celebrating, I think, their success. In a small way, in a big way, I think to them it matters, especially if you look at where some of them are coming from. It has been a very big leap. And so we are also taking this opportunity, I think, to sincerely thank them and celebrate the small success with them, because it has not been easy, but also it is proving to be possible that young people can make it in business, they can grow, and they can also begin to employ others. It starts from nothing, it begins to happen, and today we have stories, case studies that are proving the point that young people can make it in business, and they can also provide opportunities for others. So a big hand for the young people that we have in our midst. Okay, so I was just talking about the program a few minutes ago, that we still haven't gotten into the nitty-gritty because of the protocols, which we unfortunately or fortunately need to acknowledge, and that is the presence of government through the PS. Any indication? I've seen Mr. Nyirenda. Okay, yeah, so at this juncture, I would like to invite Mr. Likezo. Where are you? Okay, Mr. Likezo is still outside. He had an experience which he wanted to share with the group. Unfortunately, it was not on the program, so we agreed that whenever there will be space, we are going to create a space. But all the same, maybe I can give an opportunity to any youth who would like to just share some experiences in terms of their journey and the business that they have been doing. Do we have a young person? Oh, Mr. Kariat, you want to share your journey? Okay, so we have young men. Some of them now have graduated into adults, like Mr. Kaliata, who started as a young person in business and now is an employer, and he has resisted to leave this platform for young people. He wants to see them grow and provide mentorship. So we thank you, sir. Just like many others who are here, there are people that have been entrepreneurs all their professional life, and they still want to continue contributing in one way or the other. Thank you to private companies. May I see the private companies who are here? The private companies, that's Comaco, Good Nature. We have Good Nature. Do we have Good Nature in here? No. Okay, you're from, sorry? Atlas Mara, the bank. Hope we can get good loans at the end of this event. Okay, thank you so much. Any other? From GIZ, we have private and also non-government organizations. GIZ, Top Star. Okay, Top Star, you're most welcome. Sorry? Oh, a Bonya Agro Link Company. It's an agro dealer. Thank you so much. You're most welcome. Any other? Alpha, Gold Alpha Agro, based in Chipata. You're most welcome. It's just about the reason, and so it is very strategic that we have to interact with you, especially the youth entrepreneurs who are also looking for opportunities to see then who can they partner with in terms of financial, literacy services, in terms of input, supply, marketing, and so on and so forth. So you are almost welcome, and we are hoping that you can ably create opportunities to mentor, to provide various services to the young people. It is their space, but it is nothing. It is a space nothing without you, because without you as partners in their development, then there is nothing that can be done. So we sincerely thank you for making it and being there to support the young people. Okay. I want to call upon Mr. Mwila to just come and briefly, like I mentioned about this project, just to come and briefly give just some insights into what exactly we are trying to achieve under this project, and also maybe delve into some of the things that the private sector, especially the role that they can play into making this project a success. Mr. Mwila, just under 3 minutes. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, so just under a minute to talk about what we do as a project. So OYE stands for Opportunities for Youth Employment Project. So we improve livelihoods and prospects of 10,000 out of school youths, of which 50% are young women. So we are very gender sensitive, especially to our women. So basically when we talk about OYE, you talk about 3 things. One, we want to actually improve in terms of the youth skills. So we have got what are known as basic life skills, which we expose to the youths just after we select them. And then apart from the basic life skills, we also give other skills like the technical skills, advanced business skills, skills also to do with the savings and lending groups. And we have a number of them that have been formed. So apart from that, when you talk about OYE, you also talk about promotion to business development services and financial services. You can see that we have the financial sector in this in this room. So that is also part of what we do. The other thing is that we also promote coaching and mentorship. So for the youths that are into various businesses, we help them to coach them so that they grow. Things also to do with company registration. We also help to promote also the cooperatives. Some of them have also registered as cooperatives. That is also part of the things that we do. Then I should mention at this time that we don't exist on our own. We exist in the ecosystem. So when you talk about the ecosystem, you talk about OYE, working with the private sector. I've already mentioned it can be business entities, the financial institutions, and other NGOs. We also work with government because we do understand that government is very important as they promote, as they help to promote policy that brings about a very conducive environment for us to actually thrive. So basically, this is what we actually do as OYE. We want to see to it that at the end of the day, the employment for this, not only the youth, but also them also employing others. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I just love the way it flows out of Mr. Mwila. And yeah, I think basically that was a very good summary about this project. And so you can see how strategic each one of us in this room, the private sector, the young people, the NGOs are in making sure that the project succeeds. For today, let me announce that my name is Justin Lunda, and I'm going to be your director of programs. And at the same time, I want to introduce my colleague. You can come forward, who is a co-director of programs. Her name is Harriet M. Yowera. She has always told me not to mention the M, so it always remains as M. So yes, so she is the co-director of programs for today. And at this point in time, I would like you just to welcome her and give her a hand as she takes over the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Justin. And I would also like to welcome you. I think like Justin introduced me, I'm Harriet Yowela. I actually didn't want him to mention the AM because Yowela is my maiden name and Mwinga is my husband's name. So it has been switched and it's been put in the middle. So I think I just said, don't mention it, lest we create confusion in the home. So I guess much has been talked about. And as we all can see, even from the stands that we've been touring outside, for those that have had an opportunity to go out, I think we can attest to the fact that our young people have a lot of potential that is still untapped. And there's opportunities that still need to be harnessed and ensure that we get to equip them with more skills to ensure that they maximize on what they've already started. When we started in December 2020, as part of the LSPs, that is the local service providers that are working with SNV and working with the young people in the communities, we didn't actually even see ourselves surviving, say, in a month, because the future it looked bleak. And after having series of meetings with them, series of trainings, and getting to unlock the potential that they have within them, looking at agriculture as a business, I think it was so inspiring and also so overwhelming at the same time to see the passion that they had within themselves, and also how they looked at farming instead of a hobby, but now as a business. So taking maybe an example of where we are operating from as creative thinkers in Malandula, or I would say in Chasefu district, Magodi area, Kakoma, Nkanga, and Malandula area. When we first went there, I think our young people can attest to the fact that we had to buy vegetables from Lundazi Boma. We had to get chickens from Lundazi Boma for us to provide meals for our trainings. And for us as a local service provider, and I, for one, keep turkeys and chickens at home, just that are free range. And I was so touched to see that the villages are not harnessing that potential that lies within them, the local market that is available, and also looking at improving, household food security by having a vegetable in the garden in the background, and also just having maybe 5 or 4 chickens that you can feed the family and increase on the protein content for the family. That wasn't there. But right now, when we get back to Lundazi, Chasefu, we don't have to buy those commodities from Boma anymore. We find them from our young people. So instead of money remaining in town, it's now being taken back into the community where they need it. And for us, that's a big plus. We could say it's a low-hanging fruit that we've harvested, but I guess it's a step in the right direction, demonstrating that with resilience and also increased support and just making sure that young people see that they can do it by themselves. And we have not provided any financial support to these young people. They will attest to that. All we've done is just train them, and they've used the local resources. We are pasa kumzako kankuku, bambotsunga, and all that kind of thing. And also tapping into the local structures, you know, the FISIP structures and other structures that are there at a community level, where they could tap into the products and services that are held, that are provided there. And they've been able to grow. And you'll be able to see that now they're even growing things like rain-fed onion. I think it's a new concept for us. Most of the times, us who've done gardening would attest to the fact that we would say onions don't do well in the rainy season. And all of us would just not do even onions in the rainy season, that they would rot. But now young people have done onions in the rainy season that are rain-fed. So they're also learning about climate-smart agriculture. How do we ensure that when we have lots of water in the rainy season, we shouldn't just focus on growing maize? And not that I'm discouraging people from growing maize, but there's just lots of work that goes into production of maize and very little yields. For those that have done farming in terms of maize, they will tell you that it's quite labor intense and the yields are really small. So they are looking at how do we supplement, you know, food security by having a garden that can provide maize so that at least we have a meal at the end of the day, but also we have other cash crops that can grow well during the rainy season. And I think rain-fed onion has really done well. Two of our young people were privileged to actually grow the rain-fed onions, and they harvested like 50 pouches of onion for the first time. And you know, government has put in policies of ensuring that the local farmers are supported by getting to buy onions, such products such as onions and potatoes from the local farmers. So already we are seeing opportunities for ready market and ready opportunities for them to make sure that once they grow something, it doesn't go to waste. Because what we see also is massive production of commodities and not having a ready market for them. So we are looking at ensuring that the supply chain is equally speaking to what is being produced. Right now, we've seen that there are lots of watermelons flooded on the market. And who is buying them, we are not so sure. And we are seeing lots of waste. Same for tomato. So young people have started looking at opportunities of value addition. And they are looking at, you know, drying the tomatoes, sun-dried tomatoes, making tomato puree. And also we are looking at introducing them to making tomato juice and tomato paste, because that's one way of making sure that the lifespan of the product is elongated, but also you've added value to it. Because once you add value, then even the price that it fetches for is higher than what a raw tomato would have fetched for. So all those things are being brought to the fore on the part of the young people to see that let's not operate in a traditional way of doing things, that there's quite a lot that we can do. Even as part of the traditional way, even as we are embracing how we've done things traditionally, we need to be alive to the fact that there's more that we can do with the produce, and there's more that we can do with the markets that we have, and also the policies that government is putting into place. So that in itself, and like Alex said, we also tapped into the aspect of, you know, training the young people into life skills, which is looking at increasing their confidence to be confident about what they're doing. Because oftentimes we fail, not because we don't know, but because we can't actively articulate what we are doing. And also we are not confident to sell our produce. I'm sure you'll be able to see as the young people come to pitch their produce, they'll be able to tell us what it is that they are doing and how we can look at the opportunities of partnering with them to ensure that at the end of the day, they increase their businesses within their community, employ more young people, and also demonstrate that, you know, you can do it from the local resources that you have. You don't necessarily have to go and get a loan for you to thrive in business. Actually, some of us who are into businesses will tell you that starting business with a loan is actually not the best way of doing business. Start with what you have, and then look at opportunities for low rates kind of interest. And that's how we are looking at encouraging village bankings, which have low interest rates, because you're looking at maximizing the profits and also ensuring that you plow back in the business. But if you get a loan at 35%, by the time you have a bad harvest, then already you see that everything that you had invested goes to waste, and then the loan gets the collateral that you had invested. And if you're into cattle rearing, you might find that all the cattle that you had is taken away by a financial institution because of the loss that you've encountered, especially that we are faced with issues around climate change, whereby the rain patterns have drastically changed. When we were kids, I think every Independence Day, it was a belief that rains would actually come on 24th of October. But now what we are seeing is that the rain pattern has shifted. It's starting somewhere around December. So then also, as people that are into climate smart agriculture, we need to be aware and be knowledgeable about what is happening around us, and also be able to understand the science behind agriculture. It's no longer just a hobby. So there's lots of it involved. You need to understand to say, if the rain starts in December, then what crops can do well? Then that's where our partners who are into agro products would come in and actually be able to provide us with the opportunities of saying, I think for this particular region, what you need is this. The early maturing seeds and all these that would support the rain patterns that we have in our areas. So you'll be able to see that it's not just the young people that are displaying their products outside, but also we've invited the private sector to come in and be able to deliberate on the opportunities that are there that we can tap into as local young business people. So I'm not calling us local farmers, but we are local business people, because farming is a business. And if a business is not making profit, I think it's very prudent for you to evaluate it and analyze where investments can be made stronger, and also be able to unlearn certain things that are not benefiting you any longer as a business person. So we'll be able to interact with the private sector institutions that are outside and just make sure that we get to tap into the services that they are offering, and also tap into the market for our produce. And we've seen Komako is outside, who is also selling produce, but they're demonstrating what it is that can be done with the local produce that we are getting from our fields as part of value addition and enhancing the product's longevity on the shelves. So there's quite a lot that we'll learn. And I'm very excited that even as we are in here, let's not just take it as a formal event that, oh, we've come to this event and it's just ticking the boxes. But let's make it so exciting and be able to learn from it, be able to share, and don't shy away from, especially for the young people, this is your opportunity. You know, you need to thrive. And like I'm talking, you can see that I'm speaking with confidence. So even when it comes to pitch your businesses, I want you to speak with confidence, because that's what you do. And you have more knowledge than I have, because you are the people on the ground and you know what it is that you've done. And you know where you started from, and you know where you are and where you would want to be. At least you have a picture. You've visualized it to say, I started with 2 chickens. Now I have 40. In the next 6 months, I need to have a big poultry that is producing perhaps 300 to 400 local free-range chickens, because that's what we are encouraging now, the organically grown or cultivated crops, as they are a good way of mitigating the non-communicable diseases that we are seeing as a result of our change. So we have a big task before us as young people to ensure that we transform how we look at life as a business, how we look at farming as a business, also how we look at mitigating the impacts of the non-communicable diseases, and also stunted growth. I think Eastern Province, strange enough, we were chatting with the lady from Komako, that is one of the leading provinces when you look at stunted growth. But also, one thing that amazes us is that it's the food basket of the nation. You know, we have all these crops. We have groundnuts, we have soybeans, plenty. We have lots of fruits, mangoes, fish, all those that can enhance child growth. But why is it that we are finding ourselves in having kids with stunted growth? Perhaps it's something that we really need to look around as young business people, as young farmers. As we look at farming as a business, how are we also ensuring that we are making that transformative step in ensuring that we become comfortable with taking the local products that we have and consuming them? Because there's something about us that tells us anything that is local is of inferior quality, unless across the border. I won't mention any border. Unless we get things from across the border, then those are the best products that we can actually consume. But that's a misconception that we really need to challenge as we look at ready opportunities for ready markets for our produce, because we need to consume them and we need to ensure that we have increased food security at household level, and also better health for the kids, for the families, and for everyone, because if we are healthy as a family, then we are sure that we'll have a better and healthier nation in the longer term. So I'll end here, otherwise I can talk till the cows come home. And I think I'll allow maybe the drama group to come in and do another performance as we wait for the guest of honor to come. I'm told they are on their way, but as we wait, I think we can be entertained. And also for young people that would like to maybe say something about what they are doing, I think just feel free to come to me or just on and just say, I would like to talk about this. And please don't shy away as we wait for the guest of honor to come, because we want to hear more about what you're doing. And also tell us where you're coming from in terms of the journey that you've taken. I think it would be good for us to learn from you. So maybe before the drama group even comes in, anybody who is up for the challenge in terms of just standing up and say, inenchokela uku, nisunga nkumba, or nina vegetable garden, and all that kind of thing. Please, come through. So I want us to be excited about it. Let's interact. It's your day. So you tell us your name, where you're coming from, and everything. Yeah, and also feel free to express yourself in the language that you're comfortable with. Where I come from, I don't speak Nyanja, but I'm trying. My mother is Bemba, so the Bemba in me is quite stronger than the Nyanja. So I'll be struggling. And but if you can speak Nyanja, please feel free. Wants to.
Kukamba katina ma actions yaona kudara nene zonkala cha pembe kulima cha pepata bali kulima nasia kama cha chuma kwa mama kanuza tieni kumunda ata endani ne ugadi pesa ati beva sakora cheka mosi peye ero mitengo amapanga na maifara emilisi pateni kashanga cabbage nikaisamala buno nishitopanga ndine mitengo ine afa kwacha ine atendi kwacha meaning ndine boss match. See? So, oro hapa sofa mana ngarazi mitengo mpangira iseruka cha soybean ine kaibo peleka kwa soybean supermarket ni ugadi bana cha bei na tai acha sasa penda. So aba manje ndine chabe boss nizinkalira chabe ni mara ndira chena mafoni kwa manje oro ma families manje no kuli mwana sukuru unavutika kupanisunga bana sukuru am able to pay for school. Oloba mama hapa so anga pasi na no ngati paja nchini na watate ba ngona njara nthawi ya February nzopena lupena to February, but this time sanga kamba tikuli na February because afuna kudya katatu pasiku bakuli. You see vanaliphunzisa kuti zima cabbage mungati throughout not vijava season cha bata season kulima tangala fruit anda kuna garden every month. So hapa solo kashanga tukiyamba cha February maybe wapanda kuni 1000 seed, find that next fruit 1000 you find that maybe if you uzabu satabu pa mtengo chipa 5 kwacha sapeza that every month uzamba kora 5 pin. Solo pana kuti mundu hati unafona ati kuno kurusaka kuli chito ati kankale kapena wabwanji uzafora 25 ati awe bwana because nikatenga ija 25 usapeza kaya kwa bodela
shine, what. Finally, that at the end of the day, I'm a press. Vakutumia phone, bwana kunoka usabona tena kalapo bag na big phone cha bedala choka kusaka. You see? Kufika pale amba nina sample ni. Mungu sapamena. But wewe akaenda kunyumba kwanga za pesa na plasma nitanga. You see, so nitokosa maningi kuli baoya otherwise aba bantu bapitire chabe na baboma ati because hapa baoya oro kuboma sometimes kusankala ati application ya chepa kujaosa kila nshito kusankala chabe mabosi naomba demba futi la chano ati banzatu ine kuti kubera kwa mtown ni kuti ngone ko kuroji because ya baoya atita na kuma trainings ipeza kuja tenda kuruma ati 150 maji 150 bwana cha bero siku zako vile vanse kukucha ya sina. You see that another kapeza uti ma business kuja na I think in the business after kuona matipuziza tomato cabbage kuja ma profit nzopanga yambi kudana nzo siata bet napanga cha kangono tasiza bet after na kula manji drama zija ma profit ya jana tia I think ningapanga so hapa nina guest house ni mama. See so nifuna ati kapera ni next year ya mene ya hiyo youth hii ifuna tikachitikire kuti bati kwa hoya kurundazi. You see so niende mungu ndaso kunezeka na maplani amati nipange vaso vile kandira so otherwise maisha ya zanga please tenge serious otherwise kuli boro kalemba oro kusiza sabe school kambili pajati nikasiza school enda kuti anaenda kusala tende betikasiza school tende ngara kwa mene kuja tuone vochi kwanza ati zambo shita bwino kusiana na maza zambo tenga marongo so hapa ni na roji ni mangala manyago na mimba marati oromuka bwera kwa tusini kamba tikapenda uti just because lipa oromuka enda table mukatuna phone lipa no pa hatuna 25 bayo pa mfano te na fokachoka ya guy na bana bambile bano parika orphanage ine chaka so thank you very much.
I hope we'll be able to come to your lodge and also support that business next time. Just keep us posted. So you see, very inspiring life testimony coming from our young person. Before the drama group comes in, I want another person to come in and give us our testimony. Yes. I think the lady this time. Yes, please.
Nanga ndini ya mwira chokera kukakoma
Singa tembele. Si tembele.
Tasefu district. Amene lawoye vanabwera vanatiphunzitsa chabe vambiri kuti ulimi ni malonda. So amene ninatengapo ine ninatengapo kusunga nkhuku maloko chicken. Kusunga nkhuku kwa bwino maningi. Kudala na kudala sitenzo nsunga nkhuku tenzo gula chabe mtown. Timadya chabe kamozi peye nkhuku. Kudala na kudala. Tenzo kudya chabe pa Christmas. Ikabwera Christmas nikuenda mtown kwenda gula nkhuku. Sapa manje tisigera tigulisa tipelekera mwana ku school. Monga ine napeleka bana babiri ku school. Mwana wanga ali grade 2 hapa manje akakenda ngo kali kunesale kali kusukulu because of oye vananiphunzisa ninaphunzira vambiri elo nkhuku kusunga bwino so masenzesa ma medicine yakwatu pamene not yogula yodu yeos.
Thank you so much. I think the drama group can come in and give us a short performance and then we can proceed with the program. who doesn't understand. Kuli bantu bamene simambira chinyanja chitumbuka. Mupulika chitumbuka oyayi. Padoko walo. Okay, I think to allow for bonsai. If I want, I'll translate it. But I'm sure to allow for bonsai chinyanja and tumbuka that they will use. I would rather they use the language that they are conversant with than me. To be using a cheat.
Ine Edward Zulu Petauke ya wamwa indani toka pamene ba oya nambo tifunzisa pamene tingachitire ma business ninatengapo business ya mene kuchita ni garden namba garden na tomato apa manje business yanga yakula nilima tomato, onion, cabbage na ma watermelon. Business nayo kuti ni yabwino chifukwa kudira ku nyumba kwanga so ithandiza kuna bena. Then my challenges yamene kumana nayo business yanga ni kani ya capital ikali ngono na zochiririra ku garden zikali zochepa chifukwa ni sebenzesa manja kugira ntchito yanga. So ningakhale oyamikira ngako kuti nalandirako na maphunziro enango kuchokera ku organization yenango mwamene achitira ba OYE siko mukambiri.
Yo siko ndanga ndiri amungulira ine ma OYE na mwakizira wakatisambizya nandi waka kusambizya kuli nao ni baloni kwa kulima ni kumunda pera hai wala kunyumba nako ngalima kulima kunyumba wala kusunga nguku kusunga and then ingasanga so ine kusunga nguku ba OYE wakanisambiza kusunga nguku mangwala kugula ya kugula ati tenga mangwala ya kusanga kwatu kwa mene ba natural medicine ya mene ni masiki.
Thank you so much. I think we heard what both Miriam and Edward have been able to say in terms of the journey that they've undertaken. Looking at starting from a small vegetable garden, and now he's able to do massive variety of vegetables. And I think if I were able to pick what Edward was actually trying to put across, the challenge that he has in ensuring that his business grows further is the aspect of irrigation. So if we can facilitate that and ensure that he has access to more irrigation facilities, I think that would make his business even grow. Because right now he's using the buckets to water the vegetables. So there's just so much that you can do if you're just working the well and the buckets that you can draw from the well. So if at all maybe there's a cradle pump or any pump, also irrigation facilities that are there that can ensure that his business grows further. I think Edward, just like other people, other young people who are in this auditorium who are vegetable growing, who wants to see that being facilitated as a way of increasing their produce at the end of the day. And also from Miriam's side, I think one thing that she's able to, that she is putting across, though she didn't mention it, is an aspect of ensuring that she has enough space for her chickens. Because if you're into free-range chickens, you need to ensure that you secure them so that they are not easily captured by passers-by. And also you can separate the smaller chicks from the bigger chickens and make sure that the chickens are growing in a space that is secure and conducive. And the other element that you didn't mention was looking for hybrid local chickens. You know, those bigger chickens that can easily trade for good prices from the local markets. So if there's opportunities think that would ensure that Miriam's chicken farming business also thrives and goes to the next level. As she was able to say earlier on when she came, she actually has 2 children and she's supporting them as a single mother. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that those children have access to chicken at least 2 to 3 times in a month or even more than that, and not wait for Christmas. That's when we eat chicken and rice, like it used to be when we were growing up. Now you can eat chicken any day, depending on if you have the means and also the access to the chickens. And that's what Miriam is doing as a mother, making sure that the children have adequate food sources for protein and also ensuring that they are growing well. So those are the business, the better pitches that our young people have. But there is more that this group actually has that we want to say out. And I'm sure as we go on and proceed with the program, we provide those opportunities for them to speak like it's their day, and who wants to really take the show. We want to make sure that they maximize on this opportunity that we've provided for them. So at this stage, I think let me hand back to my co-director of ceremonies, Justin, just to step in and take it up from here. Thank you so much.
In terms of those challenges they talked about, in terms of what they are planning to do, any okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I think the insight that I can just give is that as they are growing up in their businesses, the most important aspect is to focus on what they're supposed to do. They should not just replicate things that they don't know. Let them use what they have at the moment. If it's to deal with the local chickens, let them multiply the local chickens using the local ideas. Because normally, most of the time that we find difficulties in businesses is that we want to copy something that is not workable. If you see something happening, for instance, in Kenya or Tanzania, we want to replicate it here. But we need to learn the aspect of understanding the local context and how our businesses are defined. There are a lot of ideas that we can tackle. It's not only looking at maybe chickens. There are other birds that we can also venture into that they are already on the market. Let us also explore. Let us also learn. Let's check around what other people are doing. Just locally, I think it would be best for us to understand. Then we can also go forward to value addition aspect. Let's not just keep the chickens, like Madame said. Let's also add the value whatever we're supposed to do, because it's going to help the person. That is the answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. The young people who can summarize in one sentence what is the key message in that mentorship advice. What is the key message from that? Yes.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
But he also should be not be limits. So, but in a 7, who's in your area, unless they whether they are somebody or
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, it's very, very common in business kukopela. Sima men, baba neba bacha vitumbua, manje imuwaisi muchitako vitumbua. Chaya vitumbua mupeza ati muvachita bwanji bakanga. So ati okopela, study your situation. Sima men, ona kutingai neba meneninga chite, babwanji meneninga chite, respond with other factors. So osa kopela, think through. Look at your situation and see which business suits your environment. Amen. Yeah, not chabet ninapeza kwa meni naenda alima cabbage and apeza ndalama. Try without thinking through. The business will fail. Amen. The problem is take time to understand your environment and other factors to see whether it is appropriate for you to do that type of business. Thank you so much. That is very useful. Any other lesson? Any other feedback to the young people? Yes, young man. Okay, thank you very much. I have a question, maybe going to financial institutions. Do we have? Okay. One of the things I think they talked about is the capital, the lack of capital. And I think it is a common issue among the young people. Some of them, small business, they want to grow it, but they are limited. And going into detail, the issues they talk about sometimes are that, there are so many barriers when it comes to young people accessing loans from the bank. So many barriers, such that they are just technically knocked out even before they take the first step. Is there any way, are there any programs which, as financial institutions, you come up with products that suit the young people in their context, based on their challenges of lack of capital, but also the requirements? Sometimes they feel that they are not able to manage that. Are there any user-friendly programs or anything else that you do to kind of help such a situation?
Thank you so much. I'm branch manager at Smart. My colleague here is also business banking management. So you speak about the business banking, but let me speak generally.
Okay.
In the bank, we have a situation where we want people to deposit money, and that money that is deposited is what we lend out. Now, I was glad to hear the first gentleman speaking about what he's doing and the money that he's getting. I didn't hear anything like he's saving money. Okay? You can make money and save a bit of that money. You can use that very money that you have put in a fixed deposit, that can be used as collateral for you to get money. Okay? We have what we call Tenga. Have you heard about Tenga? Yes. Okay. From the Tenga platform, you are able to borrow. Just on how you are utilizing that facility. So small amounts. But let me speak about the myth regarding borrowing. Borrowing is not bad. I heard about interest being 35. Our interest is 28.5. Okay? And dependent on the situations, my friend, they can work out something, even below. Okay? Now, to borrow money, you must calculate. I always give an example of people at Spa. They buy bread from Spa and they're selling outside. If there were no people buying that bread, those people wouldn't be around. So there are people buying. So they buy at the retail price there and they put up a markup. When you are getting a loan, you must calculate how much money you need and what you are going to make. Are you going to make enough money to pay off your loan and remain with something which is profit? If it works out that way, then you should borrow. But if you can't, don't borrow. Okay? So, banks will use people's money, and that money must come back. So we also look at the request and see how this person is performing. So how does the bank analyze the person who is requesting for a facility? We look at what they are doing. What monies are they bringing in? What can we do to help them grow to the level where they want? So if we are satisfied, and that is what we call a bankable propositions, and then we come in. So, in short, we lend based on the people meeting our criteria. You can speak about the app that you're bringing up for small businesses, whether it fits them. Sure.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so coincidentally, actually, as a bank, we are launching what we're calling an SME CVP, which is a customer value proposition. So that value proposition will come with three main things. One of them is an SME app, which is an app that you get on the phone that will help you do all the business transactions that you want, such as transfers if you want to send money to your peers, in other businesses, or you want to order some things, and you've got a supplier where you are supposed to pay electronically. So that app will be able to help you do that. Also view statements from the app and many other things. And what we're launching tomorrow is actually phase one of the CDP. So as we go, we'll be able to use this same app to do other things other than the things that I've mentioned. There's a lending program that will come that will be part of that SME app. The other thing that this customer value proposition will come with is the lending program itself. We realized, like Mr. Zuma has mentioned, that we've got a problem, especially for small businesses. The problem is really on collateral, but also really financial interest on how to manage the loans that we get from the bank. So we've got this program that, by the way, before we actually launched this CVP, we did a research for about 2 years, interacting with small businesses such as yourselves, to understand what are the needs that you are facing in doing your businesses. So this is what came out of the research that we conducted over the period of 2 years. So we realized that one of the major problems that we have when it comes to financing that collateral and also servicing the loans themselves. So this CVP is actually addressing that issue. So we're going to have situations where we, in selected situations, depending on the situation you have in the business, like Mr. Zola said, we should be able to lend without really needing collateral, which we understand is a problem for most small businesses. The other feature that we found, I'm glad that OYE is actually doing what they're doing with small businesses. So this CVP will come in what we're calling a business club. So what we've done in this business club, we've partnered with a number of organizations, which include international organizations, that are interested in the small businesses in terms of capacity building, human capital development for small businesses, make them understand how they're supposed to run businesses when they're still small. And also other organizations are there to promote networking, trying to find markets for small businesses. So we partnered with such organizations in trying to help the small businesses. So we formed what we're calling a business club, which will essentially is there to offer advisory services to the small businesses. Okay. So like I've mentioned, the CVP will be launched tomorrow, and I would want to preempt everything that this initiative will come with. But that's in a nutshell, that's what it will come with. So unless I've got any questions from the audience? Okay. Also, maybe since I'm a so I needed to become the Mchinyanja.
One or two, I use Fakamba Maning Bankai. Just we not banking, expanding my business, banking. One or two quick questions, reactions. Based on the first thing is Bakamba Pankania savings. Number one, you need to save if you're in business, isn't it? No matter how small you need to save, because savings does wonders for you. There's the issue of financial literacy. You need the education for you to be able to do your business and also manage it if it's a loan. You need collateral. Just explaining about what are some of the things they are doing to make sure that you are able to afford that collateral. There's an issue of advisory services through partnerships, and then I think basically the products that as young people you can still access, especially we're talking about 35%. I think you said 28. Makaloba, some of us na 70%. Yeah, so it's talking about 20. So, those are some of the issues the bank is putting on the table. Any quick reaction, one or two, young people?
First question, wakamba kufanya financial literacy. Hivyo watu mnaposisa baada ya kutoka kokole na kufanya. Second question, wakamba kufanya correct. Mtu kati serious hakuna tenga mali. Kati ya correct, monga ipa nitabe na kona kama ngalipa seroni mnafuata.
So, first question on the financial literacy. So, CVP amine teach the launch manual. It will come from partnerships and with my organizations like WASHE, for example, that are actually training, doing funding and other things. So, we partner with such organizations as well. We form a club where you can subscribe as a member. So we come up with all these programs where the bank is involved for the literacy, financial literacy part, and then other organizations come in for other things like capacity development, for certain marketing, products from farmers. But even before CVP, and that more bank before for example. We are doing this what is number one, we are for first to take a so then usually we would actually give advice on how what product is best for the part of financial literacy. For example, that Mabwera, drama, business but you want to shop it running costs of the business. And only for things. So example, instead of telling say 3 years to 5 years. Like no more business loans. That's an the other percent of the loan, what we call overdraft facility, which is a short-term lending, then maybe a 1 year. Okay? So come back, and then you can't pay them with the understanding that you have to service account here. So the account interest is like nothing 50,000 much. Interest is teacher about 50,000 we won't be charging what you utilize. So like Matenga 50,000 understand maybe at first you not know what you so interest is actually applied by debt billing. So in the advice financial interest services that we give like Mabera. The second question was on collateral. I know we're running into trouble of having mentioned this, but program I teach a lot is about what we're calling the lending program. So, like we said, like Mr. Zulu also mentioned, example one of his business in a situation to WASHE. In our person, with the collateral in our person. And then in partnerships that we have with the other organizations also, some organizations have actually come up to us and told us that they can actually guarantee some of the loans for the incentives. So both the United Nations Capital Development Agency that is partnered with, that will be able to guarantee a loan up to about 70% without that incentive. So what that means is that if you don't have collateral, I'm not going to collateral. So this organization will be coming to cover 70% of that asset that you do. So from there, we'll be able to now help businesses that are not able to provide collateral for financial needs. So I don't know if that answers the question. Yeah.
Okay. Can I just make one comment?
Okay.
Yeah. I've worked for the bank more than 40 years. I don't look that old. When I started out with Barclays, and loans were given without collateral. Okay? And when we come to where we are, people want to get money and just run off. We need to protect that money. So it's a protection that we will put in. We don't want people to go scot-free without paying. When we lose that money, we are also regulated by regulators, and they will see how irresponsible we are if we just give out money and it goes. So don't look at that issue. So collateral is just for the rainy day if things go bad. You can have collateral, say you have this lodge, and you say you want so much. I want to put this lodge as my collateral. When you can't satisfy us that you are going to generate money to service the loan, we are not going to give you. Okay? So we don't want today we give the loan just on this building, tomorrow we are chasing you. We are not in that business. So we give you money, you are servicing it and so forth. If this is collateral, it is just for the rainy day. When all is well, you have your building and we have our money. So look at the aspect of saving. And when you come to the bank, it's not always, some people would ask, I want to borrow so much. And when we have a conversation, we know that this person can save money. Okay? So as the banker, we look at a situation where we have a customer-banker relationship that is a win-win situation in both of us. We want to see where you can save money. Okay? From what you are doing, we'll tell you, you can save money this way. And this is what you are asking for. You can actually do it within your means. When we see an opportunity to give you money, we'll give you money. And we want, not every time you are at the same level. Those of you who are farmers, you can't be growing 10 pockets of onions year in, year out. No, that's not what we look at the bank. We want you from 10 pockets you are growing. Okay? Going up and down, then we are happy. If you are not growing, there is a problem. Okay. I thought I should make that point.
Let's give them a hand. At least here we can clap for them, not in the bank, isn't it? When we are there. Yeah, okay, thank you so much. I think that was very, very useful. Just to unpack some of the issues, some of the myths, yeah, to try and bring the youth closer. And yeah, sometimes I think as young people, they just say, hey, maybe the banks can't. But it's important to take a step, go further, let's engage, let's find out those programs which are coming up. I think it's important then now to take keen interest, isn't it? To know about them and then think through and see whether these are products which can help us to grow. We have talked about growth. It's not business if it is not growing, isn't it? It is not business if it is growing, if it is not growing. So any business you do, make sure it is growing. Savings, but you are not too small to save. Anyone can save. Let's take it up. Okay, let's begin to save. We get to it instills discipline, it will help you then. Today you are at 2 bacha, you will not be at 2 bacha tomorrow. And so that's also another way of growing. I know there are many questions from the young people. Probably you've not entered the banks to ask these people. And so you know this is an opportunity. Let's break that barrier. Let's start visiting the banks. Is that okay? You wanted to, I wanted to close this session so that then we'll move to the next one. Any life-changing contribution? Yes. And which other one? That one had 2 life-changing contributions. Then we move. Okay. The rest are not life-changing questions. Yes, life-changing questions. Okay, you can do yours. Then we move. Or you can start. Yes.
So, ngapo, fursa yanga ni fursa banki huko. Mabanki yenango uzapeza kuti mayuthi vakafuna maningi kusegura manga nikutadzisebei. But kuli vochitika maningi. For example, upeza kuwafika kuja nifuna segura account. Akuza lemba application. Walemba application. Wakugwezera kuti sunalebe muchi. Lebe bwino. Waenda kuja waenda. Uchoma suka babanki ni nifuna segura tabaka. Because ya vochitika vofunikira kwa. So since you are banki yangu, mwa ikakonjira ya chigwe mwa kumoja. Kuli mayuthi wamesha na punzia, because si wote wanataka punzia. So lomba isi wamesha na punzia, yushtanga wati valizi. Wanaenda kwa banki na kubanjimani ya kakonje bama yuthi kwano. Kezo spito hilo segura account ya group. Kinachoma kwa banki until 3 days to segura account. Reason tikaleba kusinalebe mushi. Letani ngalebe. Instead ya kutikapena sisi malamungo mamenya makali. Cooperative yana ndo yana amusha segura down. So ya mwaikapo njia zaka nji
Okay, so we get that one, then you can respond at once.
Thank you. My name is Asaka Joseph. My question is about banking, but my question is going to OYE. If I want to get a loan to boost up my business, so I want to start a business. Now, I don't have the collateral. I'm not asking the bank, I'm asking now. Because the area, I heard that you are in company with these people. Now,
either Stamina or Robson.
Can I continue? Okay. So now, I'm in a group of OYE. Maybe, for example, putting then I'm gonna see OYE in a group here OYE. And then I want to get a loan for me to start the business. Now I don't have a collateral. How do you come in how do you come in for you to help me? I don't have a collateral since you are in company with the banks. That's the only question I wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope those two questions, very powerful questions, that I say life-changing, they represent what remained unresolved. So there are two issues. The first one, I think it's about the process. Cumbersome, what strategies are there to help, especially the less educated who can't cope with the requirements. And the second one is from the project point of view, is there an arrangement through the partnerships to help the young people, especially where they are failing in terms of collateral? How does the project help to make sure that they become eligible for loans through the bank? I think those are the two. So we can start with the bank, then maybe someone from SNV point of view will speak in terms of the support they can give to young people.
Okay. To settle an account, say an individual, it is an application form. Application form is simple. So, people are looking at the gallery. Okay? So, I'm filling application form, team and data on check. What we avoid is start writing for you. You find somebody to help you write. Because in Nicaragua, Papa mistake, that is in the email. Okay? So, yeah, cooperative. Cooperative, we are in a group. So we want to see how the group is. Okay? So you write my minutes, now my members, the chairman, our secretary, the sign. Now filling application form. Consider account to that settle. Nima requirements here the amenity form. So when cooperative must register, meaning the cooperative certificate whatever. Then my NRC of my signatories, the sign and the sign. Okay? Yeah, that's all. Group savings, there's a number that village banking and whatever. We open a group savings and by the way, without a smile, no charge. Okay? I'm a champion on that. No charge. So just like each one of you, you are opening an individual account. So we require your NRC, one passport size photo, and TPIN. Means the TPIN. Yes. Okay. So TPIN. So application is that you have a part. Once we have done that, we open a group savings account. How does it operate? All of you must be ordained. Darama Musta say deposit in cash. You move from your account to the group savings account. You want to borrow. You put 3, because that's a normal 3 administrators. Okay? The administrator, if me I want to borrow, I will speak to the administrator, they will initiate. Then the other person will approve. Once they approve, it comes to you to say draw the money. You draw from the phone. It comes into your Tenga account. So if you don't want to use it, it remains there. And what has the bank done? If you don't lend out that money, the money that is in the account, the group savings account, will pay interest 5%. Capital bonus. Okay? So that we can talk about later. But you must be one with NRC. What's the age to get NRC? What's the legal age to open an account? 18. So if you are 18, you open the account. If you have an NRC, you can open a Tenga account. Okay? Is that okay?
Good. So anyone can open an account, isn't it? Yes. See, Malinga, it's not just for the educated. Anyone can open an account. let's make banks a go-to place. Because let's go and ask where the child, I'm sure there are systems to help if you are a child. Let's not fear to go to banks, but let's approach them and find out what is happening. Yes, Mr. Alex, from the project point of view.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much. So I'll be mixing. So when it comes to the project point of view, okay, number one of the things that we are doing is already what we have seen, like right now. What have we done? We have brought together as a youth, our 9, and the what? And the bank, so that we need to interact. So we are promoting interaction, and there are 9, so that as my youth, my banks, Akambisa 9, that's the first thing that we are doing, not only in here, but also in the background. We are in talks with financial institutions. So we are trying to explain to them some of the challenges that you are facing. And one of the challenges is the challenge of collateral. And there are 9. The other thing that we are doing is that, quite all right, yes, we are in talks so that we come up with some youth-friendly financial products and services. And there are 9. Because Kalangana market, like when we look at most of the financial institutions, we are going to discover that most of the financial products and services are not youth-friendly. For example, that simply means that you are not going to access that money. That is what we mean by financial products and services, for example, that are not youth-friendly. So now, how are we working as a project so that it helps you, for example, to use collateral? One of the ways I think that I'm savings, very, very important. Because my savings, where you are, you'd find that you're going to learn a number of things. One of them, financial discipline. Financial discipline. Then the other thing, if you remember very well, when I was here, I was explaining about some of the things that we do. You will find out that one of the things that we do is coaching and mentorship. And in coaching and mentorship, you will find that we are helping the youths to learn how to.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to acknowledge the presence of the Office of the Permanent Secretary. Having waited, finally, we are here. And so straight away, we are going to go into the national anthem as a prerequisite so that we get our business started. Anyone to lead us into Mr. Kariata, you can lead us into the national anthem. We are going to sing all the 3 stanzas by law, so let us not stop along the way. Okay, Harriet. Sundance of Zambia, proud and free, land of work and joy in unity.
shall we have a prayer from Istanbul?
Precious God, our Father in heaven, we want to thank and province. We pray, Jehovah God, that start with us this program and then with us. Jehovah God, we thank you that you are going to be with us, you are going to protect us as we share the knowledge to help our young people. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Shall we be seated? Thank you so much once again. I would like to sincerely welcome you all to this gathering for the young people, which is also called the Entrepreneurship Fair, acknowledging the presence of the representative from the Office of the Permanent Secretary. We welcome you, sir, and we are happy that you have taken time to join hands with us to create space for young people so that we can support them in the way that we have always done to make sure that they continue to thrive in their various endeavors. We would like to say thank you so much for your presence. I'll quickly go into our program for the day, especially that I think a few other things have already taken place as we were waiting for the Office of the Permanent Secretary. And also just to make sure that we catch up on time. We are going to have the remarks by the SNV manager that will come after this. And then we will have remarks by the Provincial Youth Coordinator. And then we will have a speech by the Provincial Permanent Secretary representative. We were supposed to have the business elevator pitch, which we have already done, and so we will skip. After the speech by the Permanent Secretary, we will have an opportunity for the guest of honor to tour the stands. So just after the speech, we will request the young people who are exhibiting to move out first so that you can prepare yourselves as the guest of honor will be coming around to tour the stands. And then after that, it will be now time for the judges to tour the stands. And the judges, as we all know, we are going to go through just to look at the different innovations we are exhibiting. From the word go, I think we've made it a must that we need to appreciate the fact that this is not a competition, but just to try and see how we put our ideas together and support each other, learn from each other as we continue to grow as youth entrepreneurs. So our judges will go around just to look at the different innovations which we are exhibiting today, and then from there, they will also have time to visit the private companies who have joined us as service providers who will be interacting with young people in the field. After that, we are going to have lunch. And then after lunch, there is a very interesting quiz under the project which has been prepared. And after the quiz, we'll get the announcement of the results by the judges based on their assessment of the different innovations. And that will be the end of the program for today. We hope to disperse soon after lunch. So thank you so much once more, colleagues, for coming and being part of this very, very interactive process, which is, the entrepreneurship fair for the young people in Eastern Province. At this juncture, I call upon the project manager for the OYE
project, Mr. Nyorenda, give his remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you all to this event for the young people. I would like to recognize the presence of our Assistant Secretary. May I straightforward go into the remarks from SNV. The Assistant Secretary, Mr. Clement Chilembo, the Provincial Coordinator, Minister of Youth and Sports, other government officials present, the representatives from the private companies. I think we have Topstar, Zanaco, we have also NGOs like Comaco present in our midst, and possibly other NGOs that I may not have mentioned. The local service providers present, SNV staff present, the media present, the youth, esteemed youth. May I simply say, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor that I stand before you this morning to give welcoming remarks on behalf of SNV Country Director. The guest of honor, distinguished guests and gentlemen, SNV's vision is a world where across every society, all people live with dignity and have equitable opportunities to sustainably thrive. So by dignity we mean access to basic needs, not just in terms of water, energy, but also in respect to rights and freedoms, as in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And equitable opportunities, not just opportunities that are equal, but more specifically those that are fair and accessible to all. And its mission is to strengthen capacities and catalyze partnerships that transform the food, energy, and water system, which enable sustainable and more equitable livelihoods for all. In line with its mission, SNV is implementing a 4-year project. It's called the OYE Plus Scaling Up Youth Employment Initiative Project. The goal of the project is to improve the livelihoods and prospects of 10,000 out-of-school youth, of which at least 50% are young women. And we know all of us young people face in as far as employment, and more so the young women. So in Eastern Province, we have actually reaching over 3,000 young people, over 10,000. The OYE project is in line with SDG number 8. That just focuses on promoting youth employment, education and training by 2020. And then reduce the proportion of youth who are not in employment or education or training. The guest of honor, distinguished guests, the OYE project strives to address some of the challenges associated with youth unemployment and underemployment, such as access to skills or vocational skills, skills mismatch, mindset, access to finance, lack of connection with economic opportunities, information asymmetry, and not recognized as potential assets by market players, such as private sector companies, and others. And I think we all know that in some cases young people being recognized because of different factors. One of the things probably they are not taken serious because of mindset issues. And the project itself is striving to address those challenges. How does this project address those challenges? One of the things that we do is that our project is anchored on what we call the push, match, and pull. And when you talk about the push, match, and pull, in the push, basically we look at issues of ambitions and aspirations and issues of mindset after dealt with. Because young people undergo what we call the basic life business and leadership skills training, where the young people, some of the things that they are able to go through include leadership, numerous financial literacy, just to mention some of those few things, even work ethics. Ladies and gentlemen, according to ILO globally, youth unemployment stood at about 13.6%. And that scenario is not different from that is obtained in Zambia. According to Zambia in figures in 2017, unemployment rate stood at about 17.4%. While this may seem to be a low percentage, the real dramatic situation is reflected in what we call underemployment, which basically stood at over 68%. By underemployment, we mean a number of things. One of it is that young people or even farmers or young people are doing their work, but not basically being rewarded for that work. Whether you are a small substance farmer not getting enough yields, for example, to pay off for what you are doing. The permanent, the representative to the permanent secretary and distinguished guests, the partnership between SNV through the Opportunities for Youth Employment Project and the government of the Republic of Zambia through the Ministry of Youth and Sports can be traced back to 2019 when the project began its mobilization. The OYE pathway is anchored in an ecosystem of all the cardinal stakeholders, and the government is one of those stakeholders, and also the private sector companies, and that's why we have some of them are present today. NGOs, we have some of the NGOs present here, and also our local service providers. Our local service providers also can be private companies, but also local NGOs who we work with to do the work on the ground. SNV strives to partner with various players to create an enabling environment where youth enterprises can thrive. We realize that for youth on their businesses to thrive, there are many players that are involved. It's not just one player. And so that enabling environment needs to be created. The representative for the permanent secretary, and ladies and gentlemen, the OYE approach is characterized by the following features. It is market-based. Every intervention is informed by opportunities for youth self-employment and is in selected economic sectors with growth potentials. These are environmentally sound innovations and potential for gender inclusion. We know that gender is an important aspect across our country and globally because of exclusion that we find ourselves in. OYE applies what is internationally known as dual vocational training approach, combining classroom with practical where possible on the job settings. So when we talk about OYE, the young people undergo trainings, and these trainings are also not just classroom based, but they are also practical kind of trainings that they undergo, whether it's in poultry, whether it's in beekeeping, whether it's in actual production or it's in processing, all those kinds of things. OYE goes way beyond training. It actively connects young women and men to markets. That is access to finance and provides longer-term coaching and mentoring up to establishing and maturing self-employment. So in this program, what we want to do, what we do is that we do not just get the young people, but we want to follow them up. We want to coach them, we want to mentor them. We want to ensure that if they have businesses, their businesses are registered entities, whether they're cooperative or individual-based businesses. That is the reason why we want to bring on board different players like the banks that are present here today, and other entities like government entities like PACRA, etc. The permanent secretary, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, SNV's OYE project, since its inception, has made strides to achieve its goals of improving the livelihoods and prospects of the 10,000 out-of-school youths, of which at least 50% are young women. The project is hinged on the idea of leaving no one behind. We deliberately target women and those that are less privileged, and our bigger cohort is in the rural Zambia. The representative to the permanent secretary, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our esteemed youths, SNV, with the support of everyone present today, so far we have achieved the following. We have recruited and trained over 8,300 youths in basic life, business, and leadership skills, of which 49% are young women. Over 4,300 youths have undergone technical skills in line with their aspirations and ambitions, such as poultry, goats, skin tannery, soybean value chains, and beekeeping, just to mention a few. Let me report that over 4,000 youths in the project are now self-employed, meaning they're able to earn their own income. And in some cases, some of the young people have actually begun to employ their fellow youths in their businesses. About over 340 youth-led enterprises are reported to have been formed, and some have already been registered as cooperatives in some cases. And over 3,700 youths, of which 64% are young women, belong to savings and lending groups. And the last 3 months ago, we recorded over 800,000 in terms of savings value. That was actually reported. Yeah, let me conclude by saying that today's fair is a glimpse into the work that the project is undertaking with the support from many stakeholders. With these few remarks, I would like to thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the project manager, Mr. Nyirenda, representing SNV. We sincerely appreciate for your remarks, and also on behalf of the young people, really, we appreciate the work the organization has done and continues to do in terms of uplifting their living standard. We thank you, sir. Before I call upon the Provincial Youth Coordinator to come and give her remarks, I just wanted to indicate to our guest of honor, sir, that I think in here, as you heard from the manager's speech, we have different categories. And so we have the main participants, who are the young people who have been drawn from different districts within the province. So we have Nimba represented, we have Katete, we have Petauke, we have Lundazi, we have Chipata. Okay, so these are young people basically who are into entrepreneurship being mentored under the project. We also have the private sector from the banks, because they are key players in terms of really facilitating access to capital. We have agro dealers, the people that are providing quality seeds for those that are into agriculture to make sure that issues of productivity are addressed. We have NGOs working together with SNV to build the capacity of young people in terms of entrepreneurship, business development. We have other organizations who are into marketing, processing, who have been very critical in providing mentorship to young people. And it is an issue that we would also want probably government to start thinking about and see how they can facilitate a smooth process of ensuring that young people, are having access to capital through the financial, the financial service providers. I think we were also talking about the importance of savings. How do we cultivate the culture of young people to save for them to invest in business. And so we are hopeful that your presence here and beyond today will continue to provide an enabling environment so that some of these issues that are coming up really can be part of government's agenda. I thought I needed just to mention that so that then we begin to interact with you on that point going forward. At this juncture, allow me to invite Madam Mona Lisa, who is the Provincial Youth Coordinator, to come and address us. Madam, thank you. And when you finish, you can do the needful to invite the peers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, again. My youth Mulibwanje. Thank you. I wish to welcome you to Chipata. I'm aware that some of you have come from very far off, those who have come from Nimba. You're welcome, and we are happy to see you. At this point, allow me to recognize the presence of our representative from the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Clement Chirembo. Sir, we welcome you. I also wish to recognize the representative from SNV, the OYE project manager. We welcome you, sir. And then I recognize the presence of any senior government officials present here. I recognize the presence of private companies and parastatals that are represented here, the media, the youth, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am highly humbled to actually stand here. It's not a usual practice that I get to give remarks, so it's a humbling feeling for me. I thank SNV for this great opportunity that they've given us through this event they are hosting under the theme Youth Entrepreneurship at the Apex of Business Ventures and Employment Creation. Activities like this actually provide a platform for the youth to showcase and exhibit what businesses, the innovations that they have. So for us, especially as a Department of Youth, it's really exciting for us to actually see this come forth when we have cooperating partners coming together with government to, to allow the youth actually to showcase what they have. Because usually as young people, they're usually in the background. So this is a very great platform for the youth to actually showcase what they have. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme itself is, it has come at the right moment when we are focusing, even as a ministry, on youth entrepreneurship. There are a lot of opportunities that government has provided for the youth under the Ministry of Youth. There's been a direction where new ministries have been created. So it's really exciting. It's really exciting to see all these opportunities that have been provided. And our hope is that young people will take advantage of what is there. I know without information, they will not know. But as a ministry, we will go flat out to ensure that knowledge is spread out there, that young people are able to access the information they need for them to thrive and for them to participate in what opportunities have been presented. And also, I wish to commend the Netherlands Development Organization, SNV, for coming on board, the agenda of youth empowerment. Most institutions are focused on other areas of development, but for SNV to actually go out and present a program that is specifically targeting young people, I think it's a great milestone. It's a great initiative for SNV. Thank you so much that you've recognized the need for the youth to be empowered. Yeah, so for us as a ministry, we really appreciate that fact. And, Eastern Province, should I say the whole country, 80% of the youth, the population, is young people. And there's really need for as many stakeholders to come on board, including the banks. I know that the banks usually, young people are not really, maybe because of lack of knowledge, they fear to approach the banks. So we are hoping that with the engagement, the presence of the banks here, we are hoping that young people will feel, will feel an open door, will see an open door and will feel more comfortable to realize that they're actually able to approach, to go in a bank and ask for support in whatever ventures that they have. At this point, I will not say much. This is not my show. So with these few remarks, allow me to call upon our guest of honor, who is representing the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Paul Tole for the Eastern Province, to come and give his speech. Sir, I welcome you.
We may take our seats, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Clement Chilembo. I am Assistant Secretary at Provincial Administration. I'm here this afternoon to present a speech from the Permanent Secretary, Eastern Province, Mr. Paul B. Tole, who rightfully should have been here, but is seriously engaged in other national duties. As you may be aware, we as government are recruiting 11,206 health workers, and we are at the pinnacle of the recruitment process this week. So it is just prudent that that particular process is actually completed, and so there's quite a busy schedule at the office. So feel comfortable to receive the speech from the Permanent Secretary through me. The Provincial Youth Development Officer, Madam Narissa, the manager, SNV, who is also managing this particular important project, the officials from the non-government organizations, the officials from our distinguished banks in the Eastern Province. We recognize you. We also recognize all the senior government officials present here, representatives from private companies, the media, the youth, and may I say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure indeed that I grace this important occasion, the Youth Entrepreneurship Fair, at which the youth are exhibiting their innovations and businesses under the theme Youth Entrepreneurship at the apex of business ventures and employment creation. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this fair is in line with the current policy of the New Dawn administration, which emphasizes the need for creating employment for our youth through entrepreneurship activities. It also points at motivating existing youth entrepreneurs to be more innovative so that they make their businesses more profitable and sustainable. Furthermore, it provides an opportunity to encourage those youths that are not yet into business to venture into entrepreneurship as a source of livelihood. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Republic of Zambia is well aware of the various challenges that the youth are facing today. Youth unemployment continues to be one of the major challenges that the youth are struggling with every day. To alleviate the suffering of the youth in this country, the government, under the able leadership of His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is accelerating interventions that are aimed at increasing opportunities for youth to find employment and subsequently improve their livelihood. Therefore, the government has put in place an enabling environment that supports business startups and ensure that those businesses grow to higher levels in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also committed to respond to the needs of the youth by putting in place programs and strategies that are aimed at promoting socio-economic development in our youth, such as 1. Youth empowerment programs, 2. the Constituency Development Fund, and 3. Skills for Youth Empowerment Program. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Youth Empowerment Program has been developed to provide affordable financial resources to the youth so that those who want to venture into business can finally become self-employed. This program is being implemented through the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts. The Youth Empowerment Program is spread across a number of sectors such as transport, manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism. I therefore urge the youths here to seek guidance at the ministry and learn more about it. It is an opportunity for you, the youths. Government has provided this platform, so don't feel shy or apprehensive about it. The Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts is there for you. Go to our offices, find out information so that you benefit from this important program. We are also aware that there are some vulnerable youths who are incapacitated and are not able to start any form of business. To alleviate this challenge, the government is implementing the National Youth Scheme program, where youths are provided grants to enable them start small businesses and further access bigger financing for their projects. Ladies and gentlemen, the Constituency Development Fund is also a vital opportunity through which government has decentralized empowerment funds to constituency level. It is the policy of the New Dawn administration that the government must create an enabling environment for holistic development at constituency level, where members of parliament and the local community have the opportunity to make choices and implement projects which would improve the well-being of the people in their respective constituencies. Therefore, my government is committed to ensure that the youth and the women access their portion of funds to engage in viable projects that create youth employment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also pleasing that the government through TVETA has injected a tune of 21.2 million into Skills for Youth Empowerment Program to benefit 7,100 youths in 100 constituencies in the country. The beneficiaries will be imparted with various skills in line with local economic opportunities and skill demands. The training programs are being implemented by training institutions registered with TVETA through this particular program. This indicates the great commitment that the government has in ensuring that the youths are accessing relevant skills for employment and attainment of self-reliance. Moreover, I'm glad to inform the youths that the government has put in place a preferential procurement system for youth-led enterprises. This system aims at supporting youth-led enterprises to participate in economic activities by giving them contracts for the purchase of goods and services. I urge all the youth present here to take advantage of these opportunities for their own benefit and inform their youths in their various communities. So we have well-packed 3 programs for you. These, I repeat: 1, Youth Empowerment Programs, the Constituency Development Fund, and the Skills for Youth Empowerment Program. We have well explained the components of each of these programs for your benefit as youths. So those of you who are gathered here are ambassadors for your friends who haven't managed to come here. So it is very important that you actually understand these programs, ensure that you pick out many points, don't just sit idle, spread this information to your friends out there in various constituencies, in various villages, so that you take advantage of these programs, obtain their benefits, and do a kind of work which will make you not only acquire the skills, but also get financial support to give you personal employment and become self-reliant. You have the potential. All it takes now is the desire to exploit these opportunities which government has actually put in place for your benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, I am reliably informed that despite these opportunities, youths are still faced with challenges in applying for these funds because of lack of financial literacy and quality skills, which are part of the ingredients for successful implementation of projects upon obtaining the funds. Therefore, apart from the skills the youths are obtaining through TVETA, it is encouraging that we have stakeholders such as SNV that are supplementing government efforts by providing various basic life skills, technical skills, and mentorship that can help our youth utilize the funds in a more profitable and sustainable manner. SNV, we salute you. That's the way to go. Government will always partner with those institutions, NGOs that are there to do a good job for our youths. To come on board and create a program that will enhance the quality of life of the youth is something which is very, very pleasing indeed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Republic of Zambia acknowledges the work that SNV has been doing since 1956. This year is very good because I think many of us who are here were not there when this organization actually stepped on the Zambian soil. And we were not even planned. We were never even thought of that would be in existence. So, SNV, you are a distinguished organization who has stood the test of time in this country. You were able to stand with us when we were battling with the colonialists. You were able to stand with us when many of our citizens were illiterate. You were there to stand with us even when we had roads in form of trucks and paths created by animals sometimes. You stood the pressure of thick vegetation, ferocious roaming animals, because at that time there were plenty of lions and dangerous snakes. You stood with us. So if you were capable of standing with us when we were in dire poverty, I think we have to thank you sincerely that you are standing with us today in a more enlightened, developed society where we can rightfully sit in a room powered by electricity and piped water. So you are really and always a friend in times of darkness and an always a friend even in times of prosperity. It is therefore gratifying that there is a new focus in youth employment creation through the project dubbed Opportunities for Youth Employment, which has come on board through the efforts of SNV. A big clap for SNV, ladies and gentlemen. I am informed that the project is aimed at providing capacity building for the youths to increase their opportunities for employment, and also for the youth to venture into entrepreneurship for self-employment. The project has also supported youths in raising their financial base and generate their own savings. It is in this regard that we have the youths gathered here, showcasing their business ventures. I therefore wish to commend SNV for hosting this event through their local service providers in the respective districts. I further wish to commend the youth for coming forth to showcase their products. It is my hope that these trainings can be rolled out to all districts in the province. May we take this opportunity to also commend the banks and other NGOs for attending this particular event. In every country, ladies and gentlemen, there can be no development without the input of the financial institutions. Those financial institutions which actually come on board to help the struggling people must be supported. And we will always support those banks which are actually making every effort to reduce the suffering of our people. It means you are really an indigenous bank, a bank that doesn't just look at making profits, but a kind of a bank that looks at the humane face, a kind of attitude where you would want to uplift the lives of people who are actually struggling, and that are the youths. So each bank that is here, you have our support as provincial administration. We will work with you and ensure that your working environment is actually conducive at all times. The private companies that are actually here must also be actually commended. While we are actually implementing FISI, we have to work through people like, the dealers in fertilizers and so on, the agro dealers, who actually spread across Eastern Province to actually assist people access these inputs. So the collective efforts of NGOs, banks, and every private entity together will ensure that we put in place skills, we put in place resources, we put in place a kind of an environment that will make the youths actually be better placed to establish their businesses and grow into self-sustaining individuals in this province and the country at large. We would like to urge the youths not to fear the banks. The banks are there for you. Seek information from them. Consult where you are not clear. A business without a plan normally fails. And you can make a plan if you are knowledgeable. So the banks have those plans, and they are better placed to actually assist you. Develop your project plan. Seek how you can actually relate your implementation strategies with the finances that you have, and be able to count the cash flow, the profits. All right? Not where you just do business through trial and error. So this is a golden opportunity for you as youths to ensure that your government has the input for you that it is going to produce tangible results in this particular place of Zambia. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank everyone for participating in this event. Let us not end here, and I hope that we will continue, and indeed continue, with this particular collaboration. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all. You want this?
Okay. We thank you, representative of the permanent secretary, for that inspiring speech, which has spoken to the real issues facing the young people in their journey to uplift their living standards. We thank you, sir. We thank you, Madam Mona Lisa, the Provincial Youth Coordinator, for being with us and for your inspiring speech. And we are encouraged to learn that you will continue to work with the young people to make sure we continue to support them in the way that we can possibly do. Thank you so much. At this point, like I mentioned, we are supposed to get into a session where the guest of honor will tour the stand. We wanted just to allow for the drama group to give us a very short piece of entertainment, and then after that, the drama group are they anywhere near? Hey, colleagues, Harry.
Man is here. Three Bow. I'll be doing teaching. So, I'm going to go see.
Business in up and down. Business minded. So sana she invest in business imozi. Unaparima yo nazo nika prema wewe. Nikafasi ndala mama. Nikafasi aya. The business. Ashirukira ku school. Usiriza school kuna kwini. Ambaye rutazi. Ona tunaona lini. Tukulenda basala dipara zose dola. Iya manzi. Mtu, umefasa mtu. Sili gona no gona yani. Umana kakono. Kakono ngababa. Apate tenti kwa ngwa metu mosisu. Epi kwa tepo leo kwa jua ngala. Mwana kwa ngala. Amana bosa. Sikujana wazi kutetisha na mkuzo kufuna mingi ya kutetisha mwana ni mpaso. Tenti kwa ngwa metu mosisu. Zochichi. Mwana wangu mwenye za 5,000. Utamna mkana business jamani mkana. Ambaka mzee kusasa ngufako. Ngufako wewe. Sasa unakuzi. 5,000 tena bati bure zokula kula zini. Mafriji yote haya ndio. Wala kuna cheneze. Tutongo. Au this kwa business. Ni makana. Watu kama vitu kumkao. So mwana wasipenda business hapa. Hokanga vitu. Mbaya. Usamelera kugamba bantu ushite kuiba okanga. Usauke okanga. Muzungumzaera ndio. Hata
I'm teaching.
Thank you so much for that piece of entertainment. Very, very educative, isn't it? Very educative. There is no one way to success. Yeah, you can succeed using different routes, isn't it? You can go to school and succeed. Sometimes you need to do business and still succeed. Sometimes as young people, it's not that we always have to wait when things don't work out, then life has come to a standstill. We still need to push, and we can succeed even in business. I always have a story which always reminds me that maybe I should have learned this lesson 20 years ago. I started my almost 50. That's when I'm starting a very small enterprise, being inspired by a young person. And so I asked myself, what if I had started this maybe when I was 25, okay, 25 years ago? Yeah, it was going to be a very, very good, business. So it is always important that we have to always have an entrepreneurial mind, get into business, and we can succeed. And so for those young people who are into business, keep it up, keep pushing, things will work out. If not, yeah, so they walk out and just take a very brief rest before they can come to our stands. After they have moved out, the young people will be requested also to go out and stand at their stations where they are exhibiting. After that, we'll still, I think, come back. We'll be advised whether lunch will be ready. We'll have to come back and finish. We'll be advised. But please let us not go. We have to finish this program together.
I'm making sure that people who ask questions is answering. Before the lighting
kuziba na zokorora zako ukaigurisha. So chitazira tukishanga once not the case. If you are seeing the fact that you have keeping usive kuti nipanga profit in business or nipanga loss in market. So expenses is making them. Then after also right then at the end of the day the make was deposit chama some income become a profit. So hizi ni nyingi na pesa mrama kwa okay tunaoshirikiana kwa profit ya nipanga inapo hoji drama zinangu sasa namba na group savings. So after until the savings naenda na pesa niliza na pesa chini and then it is savings ability. So about this example I'm share out Yambi after my that is so permanent and thank you so photo ja mun konge na cha kwa date ya cabbage ya nyanga ini distiga ni hoku exactly sio yote ngapa market. Thank you.
So this is the same thing. It's in the one in the they also can have yes. Oh, hazina yanga zikene anachokera ndazi sio kama ulimi wa business ya ulimi wa soybeans na beans ndio sababu first ni kulima but kulima as long as yache inatenga mwenye but after boy kufunzisa manje soybeans ndima ya kunyinga mkala twini and then nikachosa simple research ko kwenda kula mbewu kushanga process yonse ija nikana maleko sopo kulisa mbewu nifuna maleko jana n'inzi zingaka ogula nzangu zingati ndemembekeza mpaka time yangu inawe and then sipamene hapo isitambia so chana isabinze mimi nimeona nikandako kati nyo nikakobu inakutolea mkomo mizi paposi chosa komyo then spamene hapo ija beta chosa ko vija beta ponda vija chosa komyo bosala vija tipika kutupanga sausage ndo mpaka mkama simungaziwa tensabini nikudia sausage na and then vija chosa navo kumunda vija meja tatusamo sabizi mwenye kila vija bosala vija futu zati simba kompoko boro tenga andi pakapanda tipaka zikuna kaza tukazenda futi ku market kwenda kula vija va rice kama so what's sabe mini then beans ngene ambira nazalima chambe kadisha kamoja mako tubiri kacha ntambia kuja kubirako nemba na mapasa bashukuru so chabi but apa manje after batipunzisa mwana kambira after batipunzisa ninatengako kakto kamono ke sababu tunazolima ndio bora beans na ilima for 2 years ikafesi ndio sababu tuna disha kan ngati bata manje nikambakalisie beans ya white ndio masaka 14 beans ya kablangete ndio masaka 1 so ninayo kwa nyumba nangu tusamo chabe tunaona ndio nato and then why you kuna kama beans kulima sifuna ndrama za mbili ushanga chabe azonga zipo kwa nisa palili ya chabe nishi walima beans wako mafara kaitu ndio ya beans kusie kwenye kwa vote so isifuna ndrama za mbili zongeni samu zinono and then i beans food sichego kucha bashanga istishanga mashanga sometimes wa 10 January but kufika last March nchi mwamba ndia ngena ngati May nchi za yuma machosa ngalibe ndrama nchi ready kupeza ndrama so kuliko na maplans ya kutengeneza connect
plans wanatupunzisa na ratiba kama yaliko so far kundazi tuna boardings yawene tumakonda kulisako do kuja tukolima business ambi so amafika time kuti bantu bapaka kugusa business leo kuja nchimtembo abweza so hapa tisakira market na bakuru batu abatupunzisa ba oe kuti kipena tris bangatipezereko kuli market so nikambano ibinzi nikalibe kuigulisa ikali mnyumba nembekeza tukapena ngapezekeko ka market sana kuti kagareko ka price kapa mwa
ai saa ndio kabi don't want to boss one of the Indians
social na kazi wangapi? So, you know, one component because hapa pamene mkupeza like the way your first all right, then it means your effort ya mene wafaka is just a body. So I know there. That is the major contributing factor. Yeah. So get discipline into social life. Be disciplined. Many that are prospered in business, they are the strong. Right? So keep it up. This is a very good start. By the time the way our brother mentioned, by the time you reach 50, you'll be there flying planes.
Okay, so I think the judges will come. But for the purpose of the guest of honor, then the judges will come. This is good. I actually tasted very, very fresh. Please, after everything, I'm coming back. How much is it? How much is it? 50. Okay. So you should also count what I have written. Okay, so. Yes.
We are not the way we supposed to be. Yes. How it is the business, or more business and drama. So the way it came, introduced how we can raise the money, how can you find customers. So on top of that, they introduced the issue of savings. So I started small savings, then when I put them in it's doing fine. Then we started giving money. For example, like my classes, the teachers, wakafika kuma 15, wakati kama chila na chima teachers. So to enter classes, at least to help serve this. That we are doing a lot of things. It's just that but we are also fun things.
So this time, my clients
almost 15.
15 clients.
CC has almost 3 months.
Oh.
3 months program.
So percentage your company loan is 8%. Okay. I see. So capital yangu banki or phone.
But in banking, there's also something else.
Okay. I see. No, that is good. Muliwangapi amene kusta group or Mr. Bike?
This one is based on
only you. And you also? Is this one?
Yeah, we are also in
Oh, Matengani.
that's like we do.
Okay.
Please connect with the
Those that want
program now, we just want
So this is
This is Muso, one LSP and DP covers 3 districts. There's Nimba, Petauke, and Katete. So maybe we can sample 2.
So hapa zinango zilipa nkambe in short zile 100 hapa supermarket.
Wow. So for yando namba
namba na zili 30.
This time
100 no 100.
Records. Also people can now what is it? So this place, very no very ramapuziro sana I know so mkapitiliza vija osa kufiriwa jamani kamba tunaona kwa kusangoma tuteza sangoma I know okay thank you we are ready now we can listen to that explain mama
isipatu ima tengashi wawa swenga tiliko tima iko nateka nini kama mbona mtunzi ya majambo pake na jambo moja ndio yana kusabu ndio kwa bishambili timagula vitenge timagula muna kitenge 65 jawachi zija tampasa mpasa bagiana so bagi timagusa 200 tikapasa abantu tapeleka ndio jambo wewe kutendana nishiwayo mimi
so amemo uchikira kinguluba
apinduka kulunga
so hapa kakombili karibu kasikati
hapa kamwe kali kwa mtara tuna depo na 500 kamwe tikale then zina
muchitamweka ona mtara
tiri paka group
mai mweka mweka
tiri wakute
weka maleti so ina mpando gani
nimecheka
Sikiliza mama, that is good. Mkakwatiwa wasalekeza kitiliza na mene mkana upasa ga ambani nalopeza haya.
So the judges will come in. It's just the guest of honor, something of honor. Yeah. Yes, a lot yeah.
So fotokozane chapa
eti tunafanya
Yes, yes, sir.
My friend, how much do you buy it?
About almost 60. Sure.
So you can mean by see at 25. So you can get
promotion
kwa mbele muli kuja kwa wewe take transport je charge so kama pesa yako kuna transport pesa because ya mimi mkulisapo hiyo olokuoda so akananga ni
25 yamewagulisa nikakapu market kanchala chape the process
this one is 40 watts. It's true. So mupitiliza pesa bati pesa kwa njira ya kutiliza milioni ndalama hizi mwana kushawa kama pesa kama nini
kushawa ndio tukizinyira sasa na youth kwa tunakuache alianza na mashara na
the one method we can help is if they can be assisted to have bigger content once they grind then mamanga mapesa mnyimba moja then molo sometimes kutu kapezeka opportunity hapo set out you know because munyimba moja mbele shuka katanga migao the road so nofaka kamtembo time hawija is masibu 74 labda maika baada ya 35 point ni super example
so this is the same organization the judges will come and deliver and so this is Bundazi district women association
okay
yeah
I see. So umudilichu ni kuku hizi I see.
So the judge has a
Iyi
Ndimasiweza kuwapeta iti huku ina kilondalondo tima isolate so tima black gaki vitamin and nutrients. Kapanga porridge ukafake ukafake mu mazi zikuja saidha zingatia ku matepo basi
just panga champagne gas tema ni
so hivi kapanga
gas ya kutumia
hapa ndio yako kabisa jesa
imo musunga mbuku wenu yani mangwala
aya ni mangwala ila kanguku zibiri sasa solo ziko na 40.
oh ande vikulu ka
vikulu
okay. So how does it come out? This one is this one that's what I used mkate mkitano mkate madramo. Oh, instead of digging from Fagauda. Oh, so what is the way for this?
This is the overflow iflow pipe. Tikafaka kauda for us to know kuti afika pale yetu ikachoka panishitaziwa kuti pale pamene tufuna kukodere nisifika pale. Then ngati chani system ya yamba mkati ambo cha then kumanya muka pena machokera hapo kwera kuchita correct biocidal organic fertilizer then tiba zinafuti kwa agricultural system. Yes.
So now
the funnel is tikapanga kutanzira feed after 25 days to start the out and open the community market set up in katira then there is an end of the which I set up in the gas stove. This is a gas stove. Yes.
Oh, so ikankala matua
imachosa gas imankala msilinda mtatu
umu.
Yes, gas imangena. This is a gas storage. Then there is a connection again. I mean, that's you put up the store and the secure up one. Yeah, the store mambo.
So ikakuta you can use the gas one.
It goes for some hours. You can pick it up for 3 hours. Then again, tumafaka pipe hapa ya bulbs. You can use it for lighting again. Right now, for 3 hours. When you produce 3.5 kgs of gas, you can use it for 3 hours again. 3 hours light.
The risk of this thing testing. She think the police get to
yes.
This is where is this done?
In Bundazi, it's a safe district.
So hit on yes. I remember in Katete they had it at Kamhambe. Is it under SNV also? There's a biogas facility there. Kamhambe? So I have remembered. No, Manangwa, this is good. At least you are blind and the research and so on. And multiple for scout that can also wait to
okay, so the judges are asking me. It's just the so don't disturb the. So this is all under one different.
Oh, this is So you have a machine which presses.
Yes. Another pizza special menina kuzira SNV so busy please enough an idea ya business.
So now,
supporting me. Oh, okay. Also, at my home, facing challenges. So it's
not signal in most cases, you're using the area or the dish.
Not using the
area. So it means that the area position where it is, so it's not about the
So that is needed, but just there. The dish will say that the dish maybe you have shake because of your weight. So all we need is to bring it and install it. Oh, yes, please.
So you have an installer at your office?
Yes, which one is your home? Is it along Field?
No, see, after former district, where I've heard of Mr. Kajate, Mr. Kajate,
I heard of him as well.
Where I used to stay previously, that's where
I'll send somebody.
All right,
okay, sure. I'll definitely do that. Before the close of business.
All right, sure. Oh, congratulations.
Sure.
We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this is, I think,
our big
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So how are you partnering with SNV? Let's
which is small loans. Yeah, so this credit facility will sit with the end of another bank escalation module. So it doesn't matter. Again, there will be categories of young people who can depending on the businesses.
Yeah, you're right. I think while we appreciate that you are using your credit, you also tell us which should spread saving. The traditional model of saving and so on in the business, we are seeing situations where people are going to conflict because certain guys are not paying back. You know, so I remember in the past you had some accounts well tailored for small people who use small money. I have just forgotten the name. So yeah, so
So that's same accounts.
yeah, the same accounts. I used to have a same account.
Yeah, they are especially for these silver
But you try to now spread across the communities. These young people let them not depend on people's banks because they will not give them access to reputable loans, and then the security of their money is also questionable. They can steal people, can do anything and so on. And then work with these colleagues so that we offer them financial interest. People should learn profit, loss, how to acquire capital and so on, project acquisition, implementation and so on. Some of these you see will not be high educated, but they have the brain. Have you seen that? So they were just unfortunate they didn't have the brain. Look at that innovation. And once made big, we can bring a lot of benefits to people. So we appreciate this. Please keep in touch with them.
Thank you. So this is Komako.
Oh, yeah. Komako is feeding the nation.
Feeding the nation.
And with the organic food. Okay. Right, conservation. Okay, and the supply. Now feeding. Okay. So you can talk, sir.
Yes. Are you running it? Okay.
Oh, Komako now is a household name.
No, this is quite new. This will be going on the market
So to partner
quite
with
soon.
because
Wait, I want you to taste and tell me what it is.
out to find
I'm not going to tell.
times you will be the market yourself. So, come on. These same people watch well taken care and is it on tape? You have that exhibition?
Yes, this Friday.
Yes. And you're joining us. We're looking forward to having you.
And sugar, and that's it.
Great. And we would like to let you know we are trying out a brand new product that we would like you to sample today. It's Madam Carol.
How much is this?
It's a fish.
How much is
It's a new product. Well, it might do. I know you think it's the usual hips, but it's not.
This is where sorry.
Carol, and the technology at Omako. So this is one of our new products. We know people think it's hips, but with this one, we've decided to add another component. And this is something which we've seen a lot of people in Eastern Province, they don't usually take. And nutrition-wise, it's very good. So this is cowpeas, yellow. Yeah, so cowpeas, the percentage of protein is quite high in it. And we're trying to make people consume that product. When you just pick it as cowpeas, it's a problem. So how do we make it more palatable, more acceptable? So that's how we came up with this. There's another snack when we've run out of it. We made something like jiggies out of cowpeas as well. So making it a very nutritious product for children to take at school, even adults to have it as a snack. So this is also part of it that we're trying to do not with cowpea to make people eat it more. It's good for the diabetics. Women, when you want to sleep, this is what you should take. Sweat. Very good. And,
so nothing else is added, just
it's cowpea maize. It's a combination of cowpea and maize. Yes. So this is more like balanced diet in a cup. Protein and starch, and there's vitamins. Okay, because you have zinc, you have phosphorus, you have fiber in it. What more do you ask? So get grandma's stick on
this must have been very nutritious.
It's already yes, sir. You just add warm water to it and you're ready. Yes. So you're thinking like children are going to school, okay, there's the Mary's Meals program, but again, there are children going out to play. Give them a sachet. They can even just have it as a powder.
Okay. I'm salivating. It's better than what's this?
Yummy soy.
Yummy soy, and then that one by Delight. Oh,
yeah.
Delight.
But this has protein in it.
Yeah. Okay.
So you see, the other ones is just starch.
No, we appreciate this. Is nice, huh? But would it be wrong to add sugar?
No, it won't be wrong. According to your taste, actually, but there is a bit of sugar, just enough for your body consumption.
I've tested.
But if you want to add, you can add. But
No, we Africans, we went to school.
Yeah, we sugar. So it's going to be on the market, and we hope you'll be there with us to launch it. And we're trying to make it more affordable to the masses as well. But at least each house will be able
We've already tested.
Thank you.
But the radio also part of the innovation.
No, this one, actually, this is what we give farmers out there in the villages for communication. Also, as a source of the lesson, we have a lesson plan. We have our Better Life book. This is our year plan from January to December, teaching them what to do each month. They shouldn't be idle. So even those lessons are taught on this radio. So in your community, they're given a radio. There's a certain time we have a radio program twice a week, and they'll sit and learn even when we are not there. Yes. So it is good because you don't need batteries, you just wind it and then they're there.
No, we are quite happy for this and we wish for money for it. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is fun. Great. There's a the last one is this is part of okay, so this is the end.
Maybe very soon I might create something.
At personal level, there used to be a Mr. Naka. Is this the
Watson?
Yeah.
No, he's retired.
Oh.
Yeah, he's retired.
Is he the colleague who was in some help?
Yes, I just dropped it. Yes.
I see. Oh, we wish you well.
Thank you so much. Would you be a Monday? Because I'm doing Komako products. That's what you're going to eat.
Oh, perhaps so, yeah, because we have yeah, but definitely. We are eating. That's Thursday. Friday. This week.
Protocol team's coming on Thursday. And then you guys will
Change it there.
Thank you.
No, just so we are done.
Yes,
Ya, nakanga manje kapwire kino kukola chona.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm sure you want to reverse
Mm-hmm.